Hello, everybody. I could just hear that me saying hello, everybody, loud and clear from the living room. Hang on, I'm adjusting my microphone here just slightly. Mm, okay, I think that should be okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome on in. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day today. Happy Wednesday. Yeah, there we go. Happy Wednesday. It's still Wednesday. It feels like much later in the week, but it is Wednesday. I hope everyone is having a good day. Today was a completely fine day at work. State was still in our building, so it's always just a lovely time. But thankfully, nothing that they were looking at of my stuff, so we're good. And then what else? Oh, yesterday somebody told me that one of my patients told me that I smelled like smoke. And I don't smoke, so that was really fun, really great, really lovely. He was like, I asked him at the end of his evaluation, I was like, okay, like, I'll be seeing you on Tuesdays and on Fridays, and on Wednesday you will see another speech therapist. I was like, do you have any questions about that? And he was like, I don't really have any questions. More or less just like a comment. And he looks at me and he goes, do you smoke? I said, no, not at all. I've never like smoked a day in my life. And he was like, well, when you walked in, it was like a waft of like, I smelled smoke, like a waft of smoke that came in. And I'm like, do I like smell like smoke? He was like, that was just like when you walked in, like it smelled like a waft of smoke. I'm like, I'm sorry, sir. I've never smoked my entire day in my life, but there's a lot of other residents in this building that do smoke. And I was working with a patient right before him who does smoke. So I was like, I don't know if it just like continue to waft into his room, but he was like, you don't have to apologize. It was just unexpected. I was like, oh, okay. Well, like, I don't smoke, so um, but yeah, that's about it. There's nothing else that was really going on. Yesterday we went to Costco to get gas and to fill up my tires with air, because it got cold. And as you all know, the first cold of the first big cold of the season, right? Tires go cold. So like Chimney Little Bro got a problem with that. I don't smoke. That was the problem. And he was very much like, you smell like smoke. I'm like, I don't though, sir. I'll be honest. I don't smell like smoke, but okay. But yeah, that was it. We got gas. We filled up with um air in my tires. Yesterday I had to go get an emissions check. Which was fine, but just not used to how I'm doing it. Like I used to do it. It's my first time I had to get an emissions check in the state that I currently live in, and it was different than where my parents live. So, it was interesting. It's probably Max smoking in your closet when you sleep. It's not. Very much no. Max does not smoke either. Um, yeah, that's all that's been going on. Anything else been going on with anybody else? Anything new? Anything fun? Anything exciting going on? Because we've just been chilling, hanging out. Earlier, I was playing a little bit of Sims because I'm. That's just what I do in my like free time when I'm like not on stream. I attempted to start editing a video for Animal Crossing, and I realized how long it was going to take me, and so I got through like an hour and a half of footage yesterday, and then my brain shut off. So that's where we're at. I do have a list now of all of the villagers that I would be willing to accept on my island. I did go through that. It's a long list. It's a long list. But I based it purely based on whether or not I would allow them to be on my island, and two, the style of their house. Like if it looked like an actual house versus like, I don't know, they have some houses that are like more round. I wanted like a square house. Then I was willing to take them. And if they're cute. The ones that I would really love on my island are Bree and Lily. Those are my two favorites. And then everybody else, whoever. We'll figure it out as we go along here. So we'll figure it out as we go along. Today the plan is to earn a bunch of money on the stock market. Get some more bridges set up, and then plant and pretty much clean up our island. That's our goals for today, is to plant a whole bunch of stuff and yeah, do as much as we can in terms of getting what's it called? Getting ready for KK Slider to come to our island, if that makes sense. So, alrighty. Here's the crossword for the day, everybody. This is our normal crossword. But this is, as previously stated, this is the website Cross with Friends. Rather than the old website, which is down for a cross. Oh, it's Barbara. There you go. It's Barbara. But there's our crossword for the day. If you've never joined us for a crossword before, you're in for a treat. We try and speedrun this together as fast as possible. Our time to beat for Wednesday is 1 minute and 54 seconds. So if you think you know an answer, you can either, one, click on that link and join on in, and you can type in answers as we go along, or you could drop the answers in chat and I can read them, and then I can put them into the actual crossword itself. Gotta go fast. You know it. Our only rules are don't hit reveal because it'll spoil it for everybody. You can use check as much as you would like. I think I have auto. I think I have auto check on. Now, and then, yeah, just don't start yet because I want to reset the puzzle. So there we go. Is that Lee? Is that Rev? It is. Hey. What's up? Hang on. Okay, before we start the crossword, I want to do my checks. Oof. Real low. Yo, that's crazy. I'm low on everything. Lee on the Lee channel? Who would have thought? Who would have thought out here? Oh, in other news, I submitted my Abigail run. The one where I got like 3rd place this morning. And I also requested a strange antiquities page for on speedrun.com. because I realized we didn't have one yet. So there you go. 2? Sorry, Rev. That's just kind of how it works on some days. I'm at 30. All of mine were under 50 today. Or like right at 50, or like right around 50. You said 60? 69. Oh, 62. Okay. Nice. There we go. Alrighty. Again with our crossword, it's pinned at the top of chat. So if you're looking for it, it's right there. We're gonna reset the puzzle here in 3, 2, 1, go. I saw that one. This is Cara Delevingne. Actually, let me turn off auto check. Milestone for foods as an infant's solid, yeah. Rotten. Commemorative tablet. Blank out of living. Yeah, someone else typed it. Prayer ending. Beach Boy said that imagines Santa Claus in a hot rod sleigh. Little Saint Nick, yeah. Info from Covert Ops. Yeah. Someone else started typing. Belly button type. Innie. Is it innie? It's outie. Lass. Yeah. Some pajama tops. Tank. No. Tease. Yeah. IQ test is what the down one is. Extract information online. New Mexico town, northeast of Santa Fe. Oh, yes. Ew, sorry. I spelled that. It's where the what? The hum. There's a hum. Oh, interesting. Meeting informally. Ballet garb. Like some baked goods. Adapter letters. Careless eater. Slob. Wine list heading. Exhort. Notch on an analog watch. Hamlet for 1. Image award groups. Maybe. No. Starts with a D. It's only 4 letters. Bracket shape. Tree shaping art. Okay, well, I saw this one down here. This is Tater Tot. Got that one. Real humdinger. Dinger. Japanese dogs. The I and the T. What are they called? Rotten. Bad. Akitas. Go over again. Recap. In order that. So, as to private eyes in pulp slang. Anatomical pouch. Beige hue. Oh, I do know what this one is, and I can't friggin' think of it. Sicilian volcano. Overpower with noise. Biggie Smalls. Groundbreaking. Toughen. Amtrak option. Extract information. Data scrape. Text. This is accrue. There we go. Got that one. Now what is this? Bracket shape? It's very clearly not an S. What is this?
Oh, an L-shaped bracket.
Got it. L. It's like that. Hi, Roars. Welcome on in. Hello, Tyra. Hello, Rev. Hello, Scarlet. I realized I didn't say hello to everybody. Gut, hello. Scuff, hello. Casual Q, hello. Hello to anybody chilling, lurking, and vibing and hanging out with us here today. Hope everyone is having a good day today. Now, this is epic. You got it, Zelbathia. Hey, how are ya? Welcome on in.
Man, the house has a hum and nobody knows why.
Taos has a hum? Interesting. There we go. Alrighty, we're gonna see where we left off with the timing here. Completed the community center just now. I guess you can say I'm a pretty big deal. Wow, rewards.
Apparently it gives people headaches.
Oh, the hum? Wild. What day is this Sunday? The 23rd. Okay, we want to go in early so that we can grab. Hang on, we gotta update apparently because I didn't realize that we needed to update. My goodness. Hi, G Money. Welcome on in. Oh, this is mean. Max just said, show this to the camera and say we got a shiny rewards. It's Trubbish. I love Trubbish. Are you restarting Switch 2 or what?
Yeah.
Restart faster. I can see that it's working. It's like on, Max.
Your switch is your dock is lit up and then back down.
Oh, weird.
That everything's should be fine. Everything's on.
Yeah. You can unplug it and plug it back in.
Leave the scene. Leave the scene and come back. Go to your camera and come back. What the?
Oh.
Yeah, but that's still what's showing up.
No, sometimes it's funky like that. Okay, can you put it back in the dock?
Even eat tofu? I've tried it. I've had it recently.
Sometimes it doesn't show up if I don't do the little intro bit. And everything's plugged into it, right?
Let me make sure everything's plugged in.
Did something like get dislodged? Did you unplug something else? I literally just had it working.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's recognizing the Elgato. It's just that won't show up if it's not plugged in right, so it's fine. It's just Switch apparently. That's
What's up with my Switch?
I mean, I don't know. I don't. You haven't had this problem before?
No.
Yeah.
I restart it here.
I really don't think it's your Switch. Sort of. Watch out. Maybe it is. Go into your game.
That confetti was brutal. Sorry.
What the heck?
Well, now it's off.
No, it's not. Yeah. It's so. Oh, sorry, I had to turn that up. It's.
I just like shut it off.
Yeah, I guess. And our signal's going back into signal. Yeah. It's weird that my Switch worked.
There, we got it. I just had to shut it off and shut it back on again.
Very strange.
Sometimes it's all you need is just to shut it off and turn it back on again. There we go. We did it. Woohoo! We're fine. We did it. It's all good. Yeah. That's what I have. I'm just still bright, that's all. But that's because it's a white screen.
Yeah.
That's why. So I was adjusting other lights to try and not make it so right on my screen. Alrighty, now we're at a normal time. It's 9 a.m. Here we go. Back again. 3, 2, 1. There we go. All it was just needed to turn it off and turn it back on again. That's it.
We got ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
So you let a ghost move in before me?
No. What was that sound though? What was moving?
Oh, the laundry detergent on top of the Sprite thing fell a little bit.
Did you pull a Sprite out? It's like, what would have made it like not be stable over there? Alrighty. Yeah, I think I did mention earlier. I got a list of villagers that like I'm okay with having based on their houses. So I have that in my like Animal Crossing app that I like use all the time. Pearl's here. Now we have 2 new snooty cats. I'm very happy with Olivia. I would like Olivia to stay. I don't really necessarily care for, oh, hi Zoe. I don't particularly care for Pearl. She's fine. What do we have? What did I buy? To the edge. Okay. Let me go put this inside, and then let me go grab bells so that we can buy, so that we can go and buy turnips. Because we need to make, like, 10 million bells just on turnips. So we need to make sure that we buy some every week. Good morning, Wonk! Thanks, dude. Okay, I'm grabbing this fossil. You know the drill. Except if I could actually grab the actual fossil itself, that would be good. We're gonna spend a lot of time as well cleaning up our island and also planting stuff. Hence the title. So that we can try and get KK on our island. I need money. So we're gonna go into the Wonk. It sounds like a slur of some kind of immigrant group of what? A lot of wonkies here is what Max said.
Wonky sounds like a slur for somebody who's like one leg is an inch shorter than the other. I guess wobbly would be
Okay, no chopping. Special goods. Oh, new song. Neapolitan. I would also like this hose. If we're going for like that like neighborhood kind of vibe. And the hand cart as well too. Sign off. I think we have like one more that we can invite to our island, right? We have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it 9 total or 10? How many villagers can you have on your island? How many villagers on ACNH? Maximum on island at once is 10. Okay. So we gonna get one more house? Oh, I have a house already that someone's not living in. It's Olivia's house over there, right? The sassy cat. Okay, we need to go find Miss Daisy May. Daisy! Little Daisy May. We're avoiding Beardo and we're avoiding Spike. We would like them to leave ASAP. Hello, Pearl. I will come and talk to her. She does have a basic house on the outside. I don't know what her... Ooh, very nice. I wish the eyelashes were on top of her eyes and not underneath, but I do like the coloring of her fur. Rewards. Max would like to know if there's any type of islander that you don't like. Yeah, that's why I changed it. Yeah, Max used the word race for villagers. Because he said it was funnier. I think, yeah. Daisy May, where are you? It's a Sunday, right? Okay, it is. Where's our girl, little Daisy May? I would like to buy turnips. She somehow spawned all the way up here. She did, I'm so sorry. I don't think so. Oh. I just ran through a bug. That's my bad. Daisy May! Girly! Do I think she's what? Ducking me? Yeah. She knows what I'm about to spend all my money on. On more turnips. She knows there's no inventory for that. Fine, I guess we'll just do a regular. Probably. Somewhere. I don't think it's grown yet. I've got a lot of trees going on that are growing. Oh, I do need that one. Hi Mario, welcome on in. It's a violin beetle. 3, 2, 1. I got you another gift. Dude. Wild log bench? Nice. It's nothing. Sorry, bud. Daisy May. Where are you? Shovel. Yeah. It's 9 a.m. There she is. She's all the way in the back. Hey, Daisy. Grin Joan. No thanks. 103 bells. It's a little steep. $9.90. Here we go. Woohoo! We are now broke. Alrighty. What else do we need to do Nook miles wise here? What's our greedy weeder? We're at 400 out of clam and collected. Oh, we need to dig up clams. Okay. And I probably need to create a bunch of bait too. I'm gonna pick up all the weeds that I can right now. On this bottom main section. I'm not gonna go for the top sections yet. I know they're covered in weeds. We'll get there eventually. Hey. Gotcha. Oh, Zoe just went in her house. Oh, that glitched out. You could see her in like the back of her house. Oopsies. I will have to check what other fish we can get during this time. We've gotten almost all of the what is it called? The sea creatures already for this time of year. So we're just gonna be skipping through a whole bunch. And then I am gonna grab all the shells, we'll sell those. I'm gonna see if I can find the last fossil. I'm gonna try and build a incline somewhere. I think this section is clear. Grabbing all this, and then we will continue to clean up some more. A little bit. Just a little bit. I already have a damselfly. And that's okay. I'm only catching you for money. We already have him. Alrighty. Let's grab our shells. I also have to see how many, like, fruit we've sold, because that's also, like, goals. Oh, here. While we're going along the beach, we should, dig up clams. I'm going slow. Doesn't look like there's any over here. We're gonna go over to this main section. I will also make sure there's no weeds on this on the main island portion here today. Oh. Drop it. Oh, I have all of my turnips. Let me go drop them inside my house here real fast. Yeah, I should probably put all my turnips away. Yeah, but I don't want to use it with these turnips right now. Hi, Mel. Welcome on in, gamer. Hope you're doing well today. Okay. There's all of our turnips. Now we should have some space.
Fuck, finally. Holy shit.
Oh, the shiny fennekin. Max finally found the shiny fennekin. Sorry it took you that long. Hi, Bonbon. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Just meant to say hi to Bo. Keep the capital X is what Max said. Okay. Go this way. There's another clam. We're grabbing it. The worst thing about Manila's clams is that they don't stack. There we go. Another Manila clam. I've collected 5 total. We need a lot more. I'm afraid. Alrighty. Let's get this back area done with weeds. We will need to start up like a flower garden of sorts somewhere. Don't know where. I also don't quite know where I want to put my incline yet. But I guess we'll figure it out. I hear it. Gotcha. My slingshot's breaking? What the hey? How does a slingshot break? Did you forget to cherish it? Is that what you said? Oh my god. Trust me, I've cherished this slingshot. Maybe too much, that's why. 20 times. Do I want another? Yeah, we can't really put another bridge there yet. Because what I'm going to end up doing, I don't know if you can see my map, I'm going to get rid of the top, so the leftmost river, the one that goes from the top all the way down, and we're going to just make it across like that. From the top, make it drop. That's, something. You got it. Nice paper boy, huh? Thank you. It is our grandpa fit that I'm very much vibing with. Happy Wednesday. Hey, it's Lee. Oh, now you want to talk to me? I understand, my favorite outfit. Well, oh, she's giving me a new reaction. Let's go. Okay. Using aggravation. Here we go. Oh, man. Thanks, Bonbon. Hi, Space Rat. Welcome on in. I hope there's no weeds behind these houses. I can't take it if there's weeds behind the houses. Okay. Weeding away. We gotta clear out this spot first. I am good right now. Okay. Sounds kind of unfun. It is... Yeah, I'm time traveling. That's the fun part for me. I played normally for the longest time. And then I have reset my islands many a times to play through them like that. But now I enjoy speedrunning. Gamers! Hi, Mary. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Oh, we do have a bell tree today. Let's go. Yes, it's 10K. I'm not all the way broke. No, I think I might hold off on the turnips and we will just keep it to buy whatever else we need. Time to buy more turnips? No, no more turnips today. Just gets it, I know. We will eventually get more turnips, but we need to. Just in case we like run into anything else that we need. It's going good so far. I'm pretty much just weed picking right now. We are at 9 plots. Oh, that reminds me. I'll get another plot. That's what I need to do, is get the last plot. And I need to make the incline. I don't have to pay for it, but I need to at least make it. So we can do that. Good. I'm trying to do like some basic like Nook Mile stuff currently. I made a like list of villagers today that I would be okay with taking on like the final run through island. But we're doing quite all right. We finished a good chunk of the sea creatures again yesterday. We ended with, we only have one that we have left that we can catch right now. He's proven pretty hard, but I think you can catch him at other times too, so I'm not too worried. Today I also have to look at the bugs and at the... I think all of the bugs pretty much can be caught at other times as well too, so I'm not worried about that. And I just need to look at what other fish we have available to us, pretty much, that we can catch now. And I've done some fishing, but not a whole lot. There we go. This section's all done. And just clearing. I have not tackled the upper portion of my island, but we are just tackling the lower portion here with weeds right now because we're almost finished. Are you going for all golden tools or what? That will be part of it, yes. So we are doing like a all achievements run, more or less. I realize it's not. It wasn't pinned. There we go. There's what we're doing. For anyone curious? I'm the worst at catching. I have done a golden net speedrun previously, and I've done a golden rod speedrun previously. So, very familiar with those. And what is all involved. Yeah, I don't think we need a bridge. I think we need another incline. Or just, in general, an incline. I think I'll put it, like, here for now? When is the next one, LOL? Good question, Bex. The next update is in January, so they are updating this game. I know it's not, like, a new game, but it is updating it. Which is kind of what's re-sparked my interest in playing through it again. I didn't know there was an update coming out. Yeah, there's a brand new update coming out in just a little bit. What is it? They are doing like a hotel kind of thing. Where you can like renovate rooms. So it's like Happy Home Designer, like the house is. But with hotels, and then there's some other updates and such too. You can now get what is it? 9,000 items? 9,000 items in your storage. Multiple things at once. Just a lot of like quality of life items is the biggest bit. Which is really nice. The bait is extremely nice for me. Yeah, there's a trailer on Nintendo stuff. So, did you start a new island? Yes, so we're starting fresh from a brand new island here to attempt our like 100% challenge. I don't know where the other fossil is. We're just gonna go with this.
The 3 extra islands
Oh yeah, you do have 3 extra like dream islands that you can go to at night and decorate them however you choose. They're like decoration islands that you can decorate with other people too. Oh no! All of those ones are ones we already had. I will save the Australopith and then we'll get rid of the other ones. Yeah, fossils. No, I need a bunch more. We have a lot of fossils still. And you need to make a watering can. And we need to plant some more as well, too. That's kind of a big thing. We need Leaf to come back to our island. Yeah, I've started and restarted my island. I don't know how many times now. Just for speedrunning purposes. Torso. I'm saving that one. We can get rid of the bugs and our shells. I will get rid of 2 bags of weeds. There we go. Not a whole lot, but it's something. Okay, where are we at with... Oh, we sold our shells there. And then... 5,000. How are we doing with Greedy Weeder? 600 now. We need to plant a bunch more flowers. And we also need to water a bunch more flowers. We need 20 more shells. So, fun stuff. I know, man. Welcome on in. Alrighty, here. We need to make bait. I'm going in here to get our last bit of land to buy. And I also would like an incline. For inspo earlier, Max and I were watching a bunch of Animal Crossing videos. And we've got some good ideas. Or at least I know what I would like to do with my island. We're gonna do kind of like a city style, but like more like neighborhoody rather than... Are you playing this on the Switch too? I am. Oh, didn't mean to do that. How do you like it? I still need to get one. I like it quite a bit. I can tell this with Animal Crossing. The graphics just look a bit crisper. And I like that. So, very, very happy with that. I would like a stone staircase to match everything. On the Switch one? Yeah. I get that. My first island also had that when I was terraforming and leaving everything like all over the place. Yes. Very much so. I already went here, didn't I? Yeah, because I got all my bells out. Okay. Okay, after I put down the last 2 plots of land, or the last plot of land, and then we Okay, I think I'm gonna just put it here, the last house. Is it gonna take away that tree? I bet you it is. Gosh darn it. It's fine. We have another space, and let's go build the... okay, it's a bug we already have. Let's go put the incline down over here. Let me imagine it. Let me see what it looks like here. Or if I can move it over slightly. Actually, yes, this is okay. I would like it there. Alrighty. Oh, we also just donated. What did we donate? I gotta pull up my spreadsheets. Drive. Google Drive. Copy of Animal Crossing. Cool. Bugs. We just donated. Migratory locust, right? And the violin beetle. Where are you? Where are you? Where is the violin beetle? There it is. Okay. Alrighty. That won't be around. That'll be around anytime, but I feel like it's better to get it in like August and whatnot. Bagworm. We can try and go for a bagworm, and we can try and go for... Where's the spider? No, not the tarantula. I already caught the tarantula. We can try and go for a bagworm. And... mole crickets are going to be underground. I don't know. I have such a hard time with trying to get those. I'm also going to just go look at when Timmy and Tommy have what they have in terms of things we can plant. And then I need to make a watering can. Let's start there. Okay. Let's grab... Oh, I saw another clam there. Hold up. Okay, we need to make... I need to make a watering can. I need to make another slingshot. And then we need to plant whatever we can. Oop, there's another one. And we need to make our bait, our fishing bait with the manila clams that we're making here. We're grabbing here. And just save it up. That's it. We are pretty much just going to save it. Manila is my favorite flavor of clam. How can you tell where the mole crickets are? Like, I can hear it. It's on the other side. Now I can't hear it. I'm literally digging so many holes. A mole cricket? It's underground. I've dug so many holes here. I've not found this goddamn cricket yet. There it is. Got it. Mother. I hate this game. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Fuck them all, cricket. It's my least favorite. Literally one of my least favorite bugs. That was the worst thing I could have done. Divas are so down. Divas are so down, it's not funny. Divas are gonna keep collecting clams because we have to. And then we need to craft and we need to plant. Craft and plant. Craft and plant. Ooh, we got some more shells up here. Alrighty, here we go. Oh, that's all the stuff we've gotten in the last couple of days. Alrighty, we're about to speed through doing all this here. keep crafting. Oh, one more. One more fish bait. And then we need to keep crafting our tools. I have some. I don't have any hardwood on me. And we need 5 softwood, 5 hardwood. Oh, hey, look at that, a bug. Hmm. Gotcha. Okay, we need 5 softwood, 5 hardwood. Hardwood. Softwood. Do we need anything else? Probably iron. At what price would I sell my turnips? Anything above 103.
Anything?
Not anything, but like a decent amount. Like I'll continue to do the same thing. Like I'll buy a little and then sell them again, and then we're gonna do this many a times. Okay, we need watering can. Thank you. Keep crafting. Okay, and then we need our slingshot. Okay, I'm gonna go into my inventory now in my house. And we're gonna grab all of the flowers that we have, and then I'm gonna go over to Timmy and Tommy's. Nook's Cranny. Okay, I'm gonna put all of this back into storage, even though I just grabbed it. Oh, my storage is too full right now. Nice. Well, it's a good thing that I'm grabbing a bunch of these plants. Cool, we're grabbing all of that. Was there anything else that we needed to grab that we can plant? I don't think so, other than our apples, and I won't do any more apples in here. I think I might just take 10 of them. I don't think we need more than that, just in here, hanging out. Got lots of rugs. Some stuff to put outside eventually here. Our table, a log bench. Mrs. Flamingo. A couple of garden lanterns, a garbage bin. We're gonna be doing alright. Okay, I'm gonna go to Timmy and Tommy's first. Step 1, Timmy and Tommy. I'm gonna sell the apples and the few shells that I have in my inventory. And then we're gonna look at all the plants. What do you need today? I wanna sell. Okay, well, I would like to sell the apples and this and this. And, ooh, my violin beetle. Thank you. Sure. Thank you. Okay, what kind of flowers do I have? I have yellow tulips, white tulips, and red tulips. And then I have white hyacinth, red hyacinth, and yellow hyacinth. Okay. Here's what we have. What do you got? Lilies. We'll take more red roses. I'm gonna take 5, thank you. And then I would like white cosmos. I'll take 5. And then I will take a yellow cosmos. I'll take 5. Do they have red cosmos? That's what I really need. They have yellow roses. That's fine for now. Anything good? Ooh, that's a cool... I like those wallpapers. Hang on. I'm about to literally buy all of them. The black botanical wall is really nice. And then I'm gonna buy the white flooring down below. Okay. Alrighty, let's go plant. Oh, I didn't think it was like hunched, but yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna do the flower garden on this back section of the island for right now. So I'm gonna take my grown red roses here. And then we're also going to look up flower guide ACNH. Images. There's a really nice like purple guide a while ago, and I don't remember what happened to it. It was like really nice. Alrighty. Lots of things for roses that we will have to try and get. And same with there's some for hyacinths. Some for tulips, not a whole lot for cosmos. And not a whole lot for lilies, which kind of stinks that lilies is like our native flower. If I just keep watering every day, we should be fine. I'm gonna take some of the lilies from the upper floors. So that we can do what we gotta do. I'm sorry, Bo. I'm literally about to take this flower. Sorry, Bo. I didn't mean to hit you with the shovel. I just need to take this flower. Alrighty. Let's start. We're gonna start in this like open section here. Plant. Plant. Start with our roses here. Plant. 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 Alrighty, and then if we have more red roses. There we go. Plant one. 1. Okay, and then we're going to take some of our yellow roses here, which are right here. See, so if we get red and yellow is going to make the orange. Surprise. Didn't mean to do that. Pardon me. So we plant it here, we should be fine. And then one more here. By our red roses. Because yellow roses by themselves don't do anything. Alrighty. And then we need, I'm gonna go up a floor and grab some of our red and white lilies. Highly chat, welcome on in. We're trying to crossbreed flowers. That'll be a big portion of this. Oh, I didn't mean to just grab weeds there. It's my own fault. Unfortunately, the lilies are... They have the least amount of colors. There's only 4 colors. Oh, actually, no. The least amount of colors is the... Cosmos. So, stinky. Hi, B! Hello, Raiders! How was stream? How was, I believe you were doing some Stardew Valley Expanded, correct? If I remember correctly. I hope you're really enjoying that. It's a lot of fun. It's been a hot minute since we played Expanded, but I loved it when I did. So I hope you're enjoying it. And yes, good. I'm glad. Animal Crossing is going very well. We are attempting to crossbreed some flowers here a little bit. So I'm gathering the flowers that I have on my island currently on this level before bringing them down so that I can put them in the right like pattern, if that makes sense. Oop, just kidding. Won't be doing that anymore because we just lost our shovel. Never mind. We will do that eventually again. But there you go. But welcome on in, Raiders. Hello, my name is Lee. My pronouns are she, her. I play a lot of Stardew Valley around here typically. And other cozy-esque games, including Animal Crossing. And I speedrun a lot of them. Including Animal Crossing, primarily Stardew, but I do a variety of other ones as well. I think I'm gonna leave these trees down here, but I'm gonna chop these ones over here. Imagine ladders break during use too. Oh, I think I would cry actually, like actual tears if ladders broke too. Same with the jumping pole. No, I'd be so mad. There we go. I'll be able to get that again in just a minute here. But welcome on in, gamers. As stated, I hope you're all having a wonderful day today. Thank you so much, B, for bringing your crew over to hang out with me. I truly appreciate it. We do have a thing around here. It's that Hot People Raid and Run, so if you need to go and leave and take care of yourself, please make sure to go and do so. Also, thank you for the pronoun check. My pronouns are she, her. If you all feel comfortable, please feel free to drop your pronouns in chat as well, too. You can also use the extension once I find it. There we go. You can also use the extension there to set your pronouns in chat so that everyone else can see them as well. Okay, I'm going to chop down these 3, those 4 there. Do I have have a spot for softwood in my inventory currently? I do not. That's fine. We're just gonna chop. Hope for the best. Oof. You found your Chipotle order, Mary, I see. Okay, just kidding. It looks like we're not gonna chop down like any trees or anything. Okay. Well, let's figure out what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put the sugar canes and such over here for right now. And then I guess we will do the lilies. I'll start with the lilies here for now. One lily here. You need red. We're just gonna kind of move all of our flowers like this in this like X pattern to try and get some crossbred flowers, pretty much. That is what we are aiming for here. So it might seem a little silly, but this is our like goal. I'm gonna plant the yellow one there. And I don't think we have any other like lilies, right? If we do, we're gonna be in. That would be silly of me. We do not. Okay, we have a lot more space in our inventory now, so now I can pick all this stuff up and I can go and make a new axe and a new shovel before we continue on. Knit cap with ear flaps. What does that look like? It's something. It does. Double E in the middle. There you go. Oh, nice, Mary. Mine is extremely low today. All of my numbers were very, very low. Okay, so we need the wimpy axe first, tree branches and stone, and then wood and iron nugget. And then we need hardwood and iron nugget. Okay. Tree branches, stone, hardwood, iron nuggets. Okay. Gotta make more tools. Also, for anybody that is new here and is just coming in, we are attempting to 100% my Animal Crossing Island. I started 12 hours and 43 minutes ago. 44 minutes ago. And we are attempting to pretty much achieve all Nook miles plus a bunch of other stuff, which is listed there in the command in chat. And it's pinned at the top of the chat there. pretty much all of everything. Okay, we're going back now. To our flower section. Let me get this axe. There we are. And now let's get these stumps. Not what I asked for. I asked to, please dig up this stump, but I guess not. Alrighty. Let's see, what do we need for the other flowers here? So I have, I believe, tulips, and I have hyacinths. So we have red tulip bags. We just need... So we have to do the same thing with the red... with the tulips here. So I'm going to start by doing one here. With the yellow tulip. What's the yellow? Oh, those are cosmos. I literally can't do anything with the white and the yellow cosmos. I need red. It's fine. Okay, so there's yellow tulip. I'll put a red one here. I'm just moving those so I can... And then yellow tulip again. We're gonna put another yellow tulip here. And a red tulip up here. So we can try and get the double. And I'm gonna put a white one here. Oh. Wrong spot. Okay. And then I'm gonna put another red one here. And then we'll put another white one here. And another white one here. And another yellow one here. Put in another red one. And another yellow there. And a white. And a red. And one more white. We'll see how that looks when they're planted. Okay. Now we're gonna do the hyacinths. And yeah, because we can't do anything else. You have no idea how many times I've picked out a flower that I meant to dig out. I can bid a lot because I know that I've done it quite a bit as well too. So I don't plant them that close. So we're gonna go. We'll start here. Okay, we have red. Or 3 colors. Okay, I'm gonna start with yellow. Didn't mean to do that. I ran into a rock problem. Oh no, I didn't want it. Rock. Fudge. I didn't want to eat it right away yet. It's a pill bug. I told you I'm so bad at getting bugs. I can't aim. There we go. Okay, now we'll do. Okay. Let's see, how many have we planted now? We've planted 50. 50 flowers officially. Alrighty. Time to water them all. Did I not get that one? I can't tell. There we go. Double checking I got all of these. Found it. Caterpillar costume. Nice! In November, though? They're just preparing me for next year's Halloween, is what it is. Like, we're in November in-game. Caterpillar Senorita awesome? No. Horrible. Hate that. Alrighty. We're gonna have to plant some crops here too. Oop. Okay, so we get the extra bonus Nook Miles. And then we've now watered 50. Which is good, because these will eventually help us to get more bugs to show up, too. Because we need it. We need them. Alrighty, let's plant some sugarcane. There we go. And time to water those as well, too. There we go. And sprout out loud. Alrighty. We planted 10 produce here. And then we have to wait for leaf. Alrighty. We did what we needed to do on this day. I'm gonna skedaddle now. Is there anything else? No, I don't think so. Oh, no, let me go check the fashion store. Able Sisters. Just because that's my own. I want to do that. This is for me. This is not part of the speedrun. This is for me. Cutie dress. Got it. Heard. Thank you, Mabel. Yes, Queen. Thank you so much. Is this the... Oh my god, I hate these. Tea with silicone bib. Hard pass. Dreamy dress. I used to wear this all the time, but do they have that? This is a beret. This is not what I was... They don't have the matching stuff, but I do want the little country socks. Okay, it's being sent back to my house. So every time you get a Nook phone notification, I look at my phone. Understandable. Like I've done quite a bit of it as well too. That's the Nook phone and all the other phone stuff is very iconic. Okay, nope. I just want row S. When I can find them. Okay, I'm skipping forward a day. Oh, wrong. I skipped right past it. Yeah, a lot of these are anytime fish. So we're going to do some more fishing today too. 24th is the Monday. Okay, double checking that we're no longer on the Sunday. Okay. Boo boo doo 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 do 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 do. My girl Olivia should be joining the island today. Woohoo! Yeah! Oh, she didn't do the thing where she turns her head and you can hear the bells. Big sad. Oh, and the what's it called behind me is not sold yet. So we're still safe on that front. Doo-doo. Still safe right there. You have to go and check and see what are 116, which means I can put this in storage and this in storage and the caterpillar costume and these hibiscus starts. Do. Alrighty. Shovel. Grab my shells. Every day, my daily shells. We gotta go finding. Oh, also, who's on our island? We'll have to figure out who that is. It's not red. I was looking to see if it was primarily red. Okay, here's our recipe. I already know a cardboard bed. Okay. Rude. Okay, any fossils over here? Doesn't look like it. It's just a tree party. Oh, there's one. Wrong one. There we go. Oop, there's our money tree section. Nice. Oh. Apparently I've got a great relationship with Ursula. Wonderful. It's gonna suck getting her to leave. It's just another violin beetle, we're fine. Okay, anything terms of fossils. Doesn't look like it. Let's go over in water. And we'll try and see if we can find the last fossil. Ooh! Looks like we have a new rose. I don't know what kind of rose that is, though. We will have to dig it up and see what it is. It could be a pink one already, and if it is a pink one already, I will be very happy, very ecstatic. That one over there is a yellow one, which I can get rid of. We will do all of the moving of flowers and such after I water all of them. I messed that one up. And I didn't think that, yeah, the hyacinth and the tulips are definitely not anywhere ready yet. Like, they wouldn't, like, reproduce kind of thing. I've got too much going on. Lee, don't forget to animation cancel. I'm trying. No. You cannot in AC. You cannot AC in AC. Ryan! Thank you for the 54 months. I truly appreciate it. Welcome back on Intel Loser Club for 54 months. I truly appreciate it, gamer. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I hope you enjoy your continued sub badge and your continued use of emotes out here. Okay, one more. Oh, no! I'm just gonna go buy a new watering can. Screw it. Or that one's just not getting watered today. Which, water our produce is right there. And you've now watered 133 times. Are these pink? Oh, they are pink! Let's go! Frick yeah! Alrighty, what do I do with the pink ones? Nothing. Pink is just for pretty. Nice. And then this... No, I have to go do that. But I have to do that after I do my fossils. We shall see. I have to make another watering can now too. And we need to find one more fossil. Bye Zoe, bye Zoe. Lee, listen. Yes. I have just the thing. What are you gonna give me? A cone! Thanks, Pearl. Really appreciate it. Thank you for gifting me a cone. I am unfortunately going to sell this cone, but I appreciate the offer and support, girly. But let me go and talk to Olivia. Our sassy cat. Queen. The blue eyeshadow and everything. I now have 2 cats and 2 bears. I have to do this with Gulliver. His communicator is broken once again. Good sound. Yeah. No, that's it. Thank you. You're watching sumo wrestling? 16-year-old prodigy of sumo wrestling? Wild. Alrighty.
And he fucks this guy up. Look how fast he is. He just picks him all the way back.
He's not all the way yet. Wow. You want to be a prodigy in sumo wrestling? There we go, there's another one. We need one more, I think? Yeah. One more. There we go. We got it. Here you go, Gulliver. Got him right here. Alrighty. Okay, we have one more fossil to find. I have a feeling it's on one of like the upper levels. I'm just gonna go look over there for right now, and then we'll be back. We found them. Plus the missing one from yesterday, too. Also, the next snack and choice is still barbecue dots. Pretzels. Alrighty. Woo! Alrighty, what can we donate here? 2, okay. The torso of that one. And the iguanodon torso. Okay, 2 new ones. I got them marked down. I misclicked. Oh, okay, so that means that we've now cataloged 200 items. Wild. Fun. Okay, we are selling this and this and this. And you and you and you and you and you and you and you. I'm gonna save the amber though. There we go. Only 8K. Wild. No. Holy cow. 40. You can bet your butt I ain't selling my turnips for that much.
Marked out.
I forgot to sell this coral. My bad. Alrighty, let's go fish in the rivers a little bit, and then we'll skip to the next day again. Okay. On first click, wow. Okay, there's a new one. Okay, we've already done a yellow perch. I'm gonna go on the, like, mountain area? Not the mountain, but, you know, like the upper section here. In the river there. See if there's any other fish we can catch. Ooh, there's one right here. Another bitterling. No fish in this river. Is there any fish up here? Let's see. Always gotta look. There's no fish. No fish! There's no fish up there either. Where are all the bad fishes at? way too far. There we go. I lost it. Gosh darn it. That was my own doing.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. Max just found a shiny Alpha Lucario. Okay, as I wait for the river fish to respawn here, I'm gonna try and catch some ocean. I don't think there's too much left for us to catch in the ocean, like right now in November, but we'll try. Another bitterling. Nice. Puffy sleeve blouse. What do we got? Oh, that's fine. Fine. Alrighty. Let's go. A sea bass. Yeah, we're just gonna get some ocean fish while we wait for the other ones to respawn. Okay, update. There's like no ocean fish either. There's like no fish today. Not again. Finally. Oh my god. I hate the mole cricket. Okay, back to fishing. Okay. Another bluegill. What do we got in the ocean? Another anchovy. Okay. I'm gonna go and check the upper rivers in just a moment. You got a shiny alpha camera? What color is that? Cool. A horse mackerel. Don't need one of those. Already have that. But we can just start selling all the extras, obviously. I have 4 spots. There's another fish over here. I'll catch it. Very nice. We need to look in the rivers again. There's a tiny one. There's one. There's a new one. A neon tetra. I've got a few spaces left. Like 3. So we'll just try and fill them up. Before we donate and sell. And then I'm gonna donate whatever I got. And then we skip to the next day. Another bluegill. Okay, one more space. See if we can catch one more fish here. Anything, even an ocean fish here? No. Hi, big fish. Yes, I would like to catch you right now. Turn your head. Yes! It's a sturgeon. That was huge. That one is hard to get usually. Alrighty. Fish that we can donate. Hey! Okay, bluegill, neon tetra, mole cricket, sturgeon. Okay, so bluegill. Neon tetra. Where's my... and sturgeon. Oh, and the bugs. Mole cricket. Got it. Alrighty. And then let me go sell the rest of the stuff in my pockets. So that we can skip to the next day now. Alrighty. We're moving on to the next day. We just got the 200 cells sold. Nook Miles. And we're going from there. A nice, lovely recipe from Isabel. You'll love to see it. And it doesn't say sold behind me either. Oh, we have 100 DIYs now. Let's go. A pyramid. Thanks for the pyramid. Gulliver, appreciate it. Alrighty. Gonna try and find my little recipe card. Wait, are you speedrunning New Horizons? Yeah. You can speedrun this game. It's quite fun. I've kind of made up my own, like, speedrun challenge of sorts. But I have just gone ahead and speedrun, like, the actual categories. I've ran Golden Rod and Golden Net previously. God. Okay-ish. Golden Net, okay-ish. Golden Rod. That one was rough. How do you speedrun this game? Put a timer on. And just do it. That's it. You just start from a fresh file for most of them. I think that was the last. Alright, I can go and help out the incline again. Oh, there's the last one. Okay, so that was easy for us. It's the incline. But yeah, it's usually straightforward. You just set a goal for yourself, and then you put a timer on, and then whatever time you get is cool. KK Country. I don't need them quite yet. Okay, it's not red today, so I'm just gonna go around and see if we can find our recipe card. Oh, it's Flick. I don't have any bugs to give you, Flick. But if I had any bugs, I would give them to you. But I do not. We don't have our recipe card. Where is it? Okay, well, if I find any bugs in the next little bit of time, I will catch them and give them to Flick. Oh, there it is. I just somehow missed it completely. Tension pole rack. Don't know what that is, but okay. Oop, there's a bug. Let's go. Just gonna fill my pockets up with whatever I can find in terms of bugs. And sell them all to, Flick. If we find any is always the question. I can give them a wasp. There's also wasps usually sell for a pretty decent amount. Got it. I also need another watering can too. We gotta do that. I haven't found any other bugs since that violin beetle, so looks like we're straight out of luck. I'm pretty sure there's Nook Mile stuff for shaking trees. There's another one. There we go. Perfect. Cool. Alrighty. No bugs anywhere. Oh, I bet you there's some by the flowers, aren't there? We'll go check by the flowers before we do anything else. Before I go and give him just the bugs that I have. There's one flower. Let's see, did we get any bonus flowers now? No, it doesn't look like it. We didn't. No new growth. Growths. And then I need to I'll sell the Flick, and then we'll go and check the turnip prices, and then we'll skip another day. Axel has a question mark over his head. Let's go see what he wants. He's an original villager. Don't know. Oh no, I got into a big argument with Bo. Damn. It's just to deliver it. We're fine. Okay. I would let him go. If he asked to leave, I would have let him go. Alright, let's go find Bo. I think he's in his house. I remember. Oop, bug. Another one. Let's go. There we are. Oh, yes, and he's making something too. What are you doing? It's an after-school jacket. I never wear this style. Do you think it'll make me look chill? Try it on, man. Well, do I look good? You do, man. As a thank you, here's a poncho-style sweater. Great. I gotta go back and talk to Axel now. See if we can find any other bugs on our way. Where'd he go? How fast does little legs run? Oh, there he is. Nice. One last call for bugs. Don't think so. Alrighty, perfect. I've got a bug to sell. Yes, I will give you 9K for those bugs. Alrighty. If we... Okay. If we catch extra bugs, I may just hoard them somewhere for the next time Flick comes so that we can, give him a bunch of stuff. Oh. With, CJ? Yeah. Assess my fossils, please. Alrighty, here we go. Each and every one have not appeared in our collection yet. Let's go. Dione tail. That's another one done. Parasaur torso. Triceratops. And Parasaur skull. We finished the Parasaur. Let's freaking go. Oh, I don't have anything else. Sorry. Okay. Perfect. So we have, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 left. Okay, we gotta go check our prices here of our turnips. $95, it's going up. Okay, we got those. Got these. I want to look at the plants that we can buy here today. Red pansies. Oh, we don't have any pansies. White lily, white rose, yellow lily. I don't think I had any white rose. No, I definitely did. I think. I can't remember. We definitely don't have any pansies, though. So I would like. I'll take 5. And another 5 pansies. And a watering can. I'm lazy and I just don't want to make one. But I'm probably gonna make another one. You need softwood for the watering can. Okay, here's another watering can for us. Time to get across the bridge. Water some more. Another bug. Ooh, our net! No! We have enough of whatever else to make another net? Yes, we do. be all done for now. We're fine. We're safe. Okay, I'm gonna vault across. Water my plants. And then save and end. Unless we see some kind of good bug over here, but it doesn't look like it. Actually, I think we only have yellow roses. So we may have to go and get red roses. Not yet red roses, white roses. I don't know if we really need them. Because I've already gotten a yellow one. Not a yellow one, a pink rose. What? Oh, sprinklers in Animal Crossing, yeah. It's hard though, because you have to, like, crossbreeding all of them. Yeah, it's a little odd at times. Okay. We watered all of them. Save it. We're skipping to the next day. Alrighty, we gotta do our daily tasks. And then see who's on the island. And go from there. Leaf's here. Perfect. It's time to pick some weeds, everybody. Is it sold? It's still not sold behind me. This is the longest I've gone with a plot open like this. Beardo is bringing down the property value. Exactly. What's up, Transit Biker? Hello. Welcome on in. I played 20 days. Officially. I played 20 days in a matter of 1 week of... Amber? It's kind of ugly. Okay, let me grab all my daily items, all my shells. And then it's time to go on the upper level to grab all of the weeds. Oh, and a fossil there. Perfect. That's also what we're always looking for, is fossils. Alrighty, here we go. Oh, I'm good. I love it. Yeah. I guess it's not as bad as I thought up here. It's still pretty bad. I guess it's just not as bad as I thought. Pinecone. I see the shiny spot over there. We're gonna put in 10K. There we go. Our wasp. Max has been like humming and singing Man-Child sitting next to me for the last little bit, and he just left and was still sitting here, and I was stuck in my head. Cruise. Yeah, that is pretty bad. have to give Leaf some business here. That's why we're getting all of the weeds right now. We also need to see what kind of other crops he has for us too. Because we will need to plant those. And then it'll just be a relief once we're done. See? It'll be much easier. I'm also gonna try and catch this fish. I don't know why this one little fish would just be here by itself. Oh, I lost it. I was not fast enough there. Yikes. Did I already get all of these? Wow. Okay. Alrighty, I moved a lot faster than I thought. Okay, here's another little one. Get him. Just another neon tetra. That's fine. Speed reading. Oh, I see a fossil up there too on the top. So we won't have to go up there. Okay. This little section here. And then we have to go up a floor. For one last little bit. I see my recipe card too. Okay. We're getting there. Almost done. little bit more down below. What's your favorite Animal Crossing game? Ooh, I would have to say, Wild World for the nostalgia, or City Folk. I was a City Folk gamer. I never played New Leaf. I didn't have a 3DS. Growing up, but I did play the shit out of City Folk. So I think either Wild World or City Folk would have to be my favorite. I actually miss weeding my island, really? It is kind of therapeutic in a way, right? Of just clearing and cleaning and picking things up over and over again. I have arthritis in my hands by the time I'm 35. Just from weeding in Animal Crossing. Piles of weeds. We're almost finished. It's not an orange one, is it? Down there? An orange? It's so satisfying, except for the arthritis, yeah. Except for the arthritis and all that. Yeah. Is that a... There's the orchid mantis. Gosh darn it. Got it. New update, Animal Crossing arthritis. Yeah. Very much so. Few little sections here and there left. Be the last weed on my island. We did it. Are these done? They are done. Okay. There we go. We now have the Nook Mile tickets from that. Beautiful. No, that's yellow. I was kind of hoping that would be like an orange flower. It was not. As evidenced here. Up here did not get watered. I think my husband taught our child to meow. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. Oh, I don't have any space. Okay, I have to go and sell stuff too. I gotta go sell stuff to a leaf here in just a moment. I will have to come back to uproot those, the buds. We gotta go to... We gotta go to Leaf now. Holly! Let's talk weeds. Yes. 9,000 bells for all my weeds. Show me your stock now. Thank you, Leaf. Oh, sugarcane? I know, I want other stuff. Okay, I already have all those flowers, so I'm sorry, Leaf. Okay. I hope it's the greedy weeder one. It is. Let's go. 1,000. We've sold 1,000 weeds. Woohoo! Officially sold 1,000 weed. That looks like a big one. Woo. Oh, no, it's just a rock. Just a black bass. Okay. Never mind. It's just a rock. It's a black bass. That's what it is. Okay. What did we get? Oh, it literally said to catch a black bass. Okay. Alrighty. Cool. Plant produce. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna... Oh. How many... Nook miles for miles? Oh, the Nook miles plus. So we've done 50 of them. Cool. Just by accident, really. is this? Ooh. Oh no, that's just a common butterfly sitting there. We're fine. That should be yellow, if I had to guess. And then over here is also a yellow. Yeah, they're both yellow. Okay. So look at all this sugarcane we have now. We've got lots. Perfect. And now I'm gonna pull out to the other side where I saw the recipe. We're also gonna see if we have a... Oh, that's fine. We already had it. Oh, our peaches are done. Let's go. My pockets are already too full. Drop it. What is it full with? More sugarcane, that's why. Alright, let's go sell some stuff real fast first. There we go. Okay. Oh, we also need to check the turnip prices too. Alrighty, we need to sell the shells and the wasp. I need to keep the orchid. And let's sell 2 of the sugar canes because we don't need all that. Okay. And now, what are the turnip prices? Ooh, 169. I don't know if we're gonna get like a better deal like later, but I paid 103 for them. So we'd be making 66 on them. Which is not horrible. Are you time traveling for this challenge? Yes, you have to. Otherwise, I'd be playing this game for like 10 years, 15, 20 years. That number changes every time I sit down and I play. Yeah, if I didn't time travel, then we would be stuck here forever. Bamboo partition. Alrighty, so we're looking for one more fossil. Fuck you, Beardo. He was my campsite villager, and so I had to take him. Hate him. Can't stand him. We'll sell a few of our turnips. I feel like we still might get like a few, like a better deal later in the week, but I don't know. So I'm gonna sell a few. So I'm gonna sell this stuff. Oh, there's the last fossil. Okay, cool. We got it. Let me go to Blathers, do our fossils. I didn't realize I was forced to take him and kept waiting for him to leave. Yeah. I cannot stand him. He's ugly. Oh, Zoe. Tricycle. Great. Yeah, no, I hate Beardo. I also have Spike. He autofilled. Don't like him. Alrighty. Make a donation. We need to donate the orchid mantis now. Oh, and apparently the ophthalmolo skull. Oh, and that's another one done. Okay. Cool. Which also means that we can sell the other dinosaur pieces, which is important for us. I'd like to sell again. Thank you. What exactly are you offering? Well, let me show you. I'm offering the sea snail and the coral and the peaches and the cowries and the giant clam and the coconuts and some turnips. And this tricycle that somebody else gave me. 68k. That's because I sold 29 turnips? Okay, let's go fix that incline a little bit. We'll put like 100k down. And then we save and go to the next day. Whee! Wow, I can't believe they donated. Already 1,000 my islanders. I'm shocked. Alrighty, next day. We're getting to the end of November here. So we'll have to figure out what is available in specifically December in terms of creatures. Okay, I think, yeah, we're gonna skip forward today, and then on this next day, actually, I think I'm gonna see if I can find that red king crab again. And also just so that we can go swimming for money. least the lobster will be available in December as well too. That's the only new one. And then fish. All the typicals. In ponds and rivers. And then what else? Pike, pond, smelt. Oh, it's Thanksgiving. So it's Thanksgiving, everybody. We're playing through Thanksgiving in game. Didn't realize that. My bad. This is only 1K, I think, yeah. Lame. Happy Thanksgiving! We're only gonna be here for like a few minutes here. Oh, everyone has their cute little hats on? Are you kidding me? Hi, Franklin. Just 3 manila clams. Okay. I got you. There's another one. We need one more. I'm gonna go and talk to Pearl though, real fast. Yes, she's chefing it up. Lee, how are you? Okay, I gotta bring her some horse mackerel as well too. Okay, we got it. I need another manila clam and we need a horse mackerel for Miss Pearl. It shouldn't be too hard to find. Those are pretty... Speaking of... Not quite. So close. It's a zebra turkey fish. Close enough, right? Just a different animal. Close to a horse mackerel, but not quite. This is not a horse mackerel, but I'm gonna catch it. No, I'm not. Just kidding. There we go. I'm gonna go bring this to Pearl real fast. And then we'll go bring the clams to the turkey man. She's giving me a dab? Scallops for clam chowder? Great. It doesn't quite help me. He asked for manila clams. You're gonna have these. Here you go. Let's get cooking. It's been so long since I've done the Thanksgiving stuff. Where everyone's like shaking their butts looking at the food. Turkey Day rug! Nice! Oh, I don't have any pumpkins. Someone else might? Well, it sure as ever isn't Pearl. Let's go freaking talk to Beardo. He's one of the only other ones in his house. I've been brushing up on my Spanish? Dude. I need some sea bass? What do you mean? That's just the, like the front of his outfit. What size are you? I can't tell if this is a sea bass or not. I don't think so. Another zebra turkey fish. Ooh, the eyes on that thing kind of freaks me out. There we go. Here's our boy. Oh, no, it's not. I caught a ray. Never mind. Not our boy. And I don't think this is it either. It's a dab. well, we caught 5 at least. There we go. We've got 20 different water fish apparently as well too now. We've got 70 total fish, but only 20 different fish. 'Cause we're in the same month. Not a sea bass. Another rate? Oh my god. I just want a sea bass. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I would just like a sea bass. Oh, that's a new one for me. Barred knife jaw. Angled signpost. That little fish is definitely not a sea bass. So, ooh, there's a fossil for us though. Definitely grabbing that. And then what does Bo and Ursula want? Do 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 do. In case I have what they want instead. Horse mackerel. Fuck. What does Ursula want? Do do do. Yay! We can trade her a dab. Nice. Hi, Stella. How was stream? I hope it went very well. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hello, my name is Lee. My pronouns are she, her. I play a lot of Stardew Valley around here. I play, but I also play some other cozy games. We're currently playing through to try and 100% like perfection wise in like Stardew Valley, but like in Animal Crossing. So, we're doing our best. Okay, they give me a scallop. Not really what I was looking for, but that's okay. I would like some freaking pumpkins. Okay, so I need a horse mackerel and I need a sea bass. We are celebrating Thanksgiving Turkey Day early. And so this is where we're at. I'm doing chores. by running around and getting everybody their food. So, you're wild for doing this. I've been thinking about it for a while, so it's alright. So as you know, and but in case anybody does not know. Oh, it's not even letting me do my own command right now. That's cool. I love you, Twitch. Hot people raid and run. So if you need to go and leave and take care of yourself, please make sure to go and do so. The only good thing is we have gotten some new fish that are actually needed for the museum. So I will take it. I lost that one. That is my own bad stuff. Okay, we need a horse mackerel. And a sea bass for somebody. Okay. Place item. And place item. There we go. Ooh, another barred knife shell. Okay, alrighty. Just in case somebody asks me for one. We're doing alright. Do 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 do. I've been looking for a sea bass. Or a horse mackerel. So far, instead of our sea basses, we have caught, 2 rays. Instead. It's been great. This should be a horse mackerel. Okay, that's for Bo on the other side. And then we still need the sea bass. I don't think I've ever wanted a sea bass more than I do currently. I don't think this is gonna be a sea bass. It's not big enough. But we're gonna try. It's a dab. That's figures. Rude. Okay, what do we get? Trash tools. I've lost 20 tools already. What do I need to make the fishing rod? Oh, I can make it already. I just need to get to my spot to make it. Do bum 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 ba do 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 do. Okay, and then we make the upgraded one. We have the bells right now. Not the bells, the materials to do so. So, alrighty. Try again, looking... Okay, this is gotta be it. Rude. Typical sea bass fashion. Still not a sea bass. What the hey? It's a boot! Okay, we literally have one more spot in our inventory, and then we Better be a sea bass. Excuse me. Mr. Sea Bass. Oh, thank God. Oh my goodness. I've never been more relieved to see a sea bass in my entire life. Okay, we're gonna go in and talk to Bo. We don't have any pumpkins, so I need him to give me an orange pumpkin or a green pumpkin. He said in a horse mackerel. Yes! Green pumpkin. Perfect. Alrighty. Let's... Ooh. Now we gotta go over to Beardo and give him the sea bass now. Officially. And hopefully he gives us an orange pumpkin, because I do not have... No, I know what this is. You're a sturgeon, and I want you. Because you're worth a decent amount of money. I can't believe it. I was right on it. I don't know how I... Maybe I was too on it. Some muscle? No! I don't need any muscle. Okay, now he needs some horse mackerel. I'm gonna go back into Pearl. I can go back in to talk to them. I've talked to... Oh. I'm gonna go in and talk to Pearl then, and we're gonna go back to talk to Bo to see if they need any of the fish that I currently have on me. Instead. Because I don't know how many more horse mackerels I can fetch them. Okay, now I need to get Pearl a sea bass. Really? I need to get another sea bass? Alright, let's go talk to Bo and Ursula again. See if they need any of the stuff I have in my pockets instead. I have mussel, not oyster. I don't want to go fishing, swimming, Bo, really? Alrighty, Ursula, what do you need? Okay, yellow perch. Mackerel, sea bass, yellow perch. Yellow perch you get from the river. So at least we're fishing in a different area than after this. What is that? A fly? What? I don't think I've ever caught a fly off a boot before. Okay, interesting. I'll take it. Not complaining. Okay, what are you gonna be? There's our horse mackerel. See if we can find another sea bass. And then a yellow perch. No, they're too tiny for me. Not what I want. The Turkey Day music is about to drive me up a wall. Okay, well there's our last fossil at least. At least we found that. That was a bluegill. Yellow perch. Where are you? Nope, that is too tiny. Alrighty, Beardo was at least looking for a horse mackerel, which is what I have. Yes! The orange pumpkin. Okay, now let me go and hand this to Mr. Turkey. Okay, there we go. We got the scallop. He's gonna fix his first clam chowder. Oh, okay, it's apparently even better than the first. Turkey Day casserole. Nice. Okay. Alrighty, it's just a basic pumpkin pie, so that means that we'll have to get more in the future. Get the better version in the future. Flat mushroom. That's easy. Okay. Hang on, let me put the one that I have already finished. I need this still for the museum. I'm going to also just drop off all of our fossils real fast. Okay, still need sea bass. Need an oyster for Bo and a yellow perch for Ursula. It's a black bass. Don't want that. It's another bluegill. Gosh darn it. Sea bass? Oh, another zebra turkey fish. Why couldn't y'all ask for a zebra turkey fish instead of a sea bass? Lost that one. My bad. That is my own doing. Come on, sea bass. There we go. Let's go! Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-doo-doo. Alrighty, Pearl. Here's a sea bass for you, girly. Good use of this flat mushroom. I have plenty of these, but thanks. I'm gonna go back into Beardo to see if he needs anything that I have currently on my person. A dab! There we go. Yes. Take the dab, please. Some flat mushroom. I don't need more flat mushrooms. Thank you, though. I don't remember what we needed. And a muscle? Oh, we did have it. Someone gave it to me. Do 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 do. Turkey Day flooring. Alrighty. We're almost finished with this one. Sea bass and red snapper. And I need to save the barred knife jaw. Because that's what it said. Everyone's been telling me this whole time, hey, in order to make a good... whatever this is... Okay, I have to go get an oyster. For bow. This has gotta be another sea bass, please. Or something good. It is a sea bass, thank God. Alright, Bo was looking for an oyster. Please let it be an oyster. It's not. Nice. Yeah, I knew that one was not it. I had I've got one more spot in my inventory. We'll see if we can find it. We also need a red snapper. Oyster. Darn, it's a mussel. Okay. the sea star. I don't think it's a big one like this. Nope, we're tossing that back into the ocean. I saw the bubbles down here too. There we go. That's something more like an oyster. Nope. There's no way that's an oyster. Also no. Could be. So will. Never mind. Nope. Let it go. Okay. I just want to finish the Turkey Day stuff. I didn't realize it was going to take me this long. Just goes to show how many times I've done the Turkey Day stuff. A big fat 0. An octopus. Don't need that. Nope. That's another sea anemone. Ooh, that one could be good. Those are smaller and moving. It's a mussel. Close though. Oh, I'm gonna get you that oyster. My goodness. We just can't find it. Nope, that's a sea anemone or a piece of seaweed. That's not what we want. We want an oyster. We found the crab that we need! Let's go! On a completely different note, we found the crab that we need. Not the oyster that Bo wants, but we did find the crab that we needed for the museum. Huge. I'm all the way in the far corner now? Oh my god. I can't believe I swam this far. Oh, it's moving fast. Holy cow. What are you? I just want to know what it is. Gotcha. It's another crab. Let's go. The snow crab. Okay, the crabs are pretty expensive, so I am going to swap it for the other starfish. So I would like to take that. But that one is not moving. So that one is, again, like a sea anemone or something. Another crab! Yeah, swap it. I do not believe that I need a, 2 bluegill. Oyster! Goodbye, balloon! Let it go. Finally! Swap it. Get me out of here. Bo, I hope you know this is just for you, bud. Have a good one, Mario! We are trying our best to finish up the Turkey Day stuff, and then we will also be ending here. But we've got still a bit to go, by the seams of it. Is it gonna be a red snapper for me? Big Vin Diesel fan, thank you so much for the prime. I truly appreciate it. Welcome on into the Loser Club. I hope you enjoy your new sub badge and your new emotes out here. I truly appreciate it. Did we get a sea bass? We did get a sea bass. We need a red snapper now. Another ray. Oh my god. Not a red snapper. We do not need another zebra turkey fish. Nope. Let it go. I did that one way too fast. That's my own fault. This feels like another ray. Oh no, it's a sea bass. Another. Actually, I do need sea bass. They've been asking for sea bass, so I'm not really gonna complain about that right now. We are still alive for the time being, though. Trying to find a red snapper. I went and did a workout last night, so I just got back home. Nice. I hope it was fun. That's not gonna be a red snapper. But this could be. It could be. Red snapper, red snapper, red snapper. Yes! Alrighty. Let's go give Bo his oyster that I spent forever trying to find. And then we ended up finding the last crab that we needed because of it. Take this oyster, please, Bo. Here, take my extra flat mushroom. I don't need an extra flat mushroom, but thank you. A hard-shell crab in there? Oh, no. Oh, I have it. Okay, thank God. I have that crab. It's not the big crab that I needed. But it is another crab. Alright, we need to put down that one. And the big one. The other little baby crab is fine. We're gonna take that with us. Oh, Ursula's outside now. Oh, we don't have the other, You know what we don't have? We don't have the other colors of pumpkin. The white or the yellow. We're gonna have to go back and talk to our neighbors. Now it's extra special. Turkey Day chair. Alrighty. Red snapper. Sea bass. get cooking. Let's get cooking. Woohoo! Except this cornucopia. That's why we were hanging on to the barred knife jaw. Now we just need the other pumpkin colors, so we have to go and help out people. It looks even better. Wow. Turkey Day table. There we go. Alrighty. I'm gonna go back over and talk to Bo, because I still have not found the yellow perch for... I guess it was Ursula, but she's not in her house anymore, is she? Now it's Bon Bon. Let me go see. Bon Bon. What do you need? Do you need anything that's in my pockets right now? I'll literally give you anything that's in my pockets. Oh my god, she's so cute in her little chef outfit. Yes, you can have a dab. Take it, please. Oh, this flower helps you? It doesn't really, but okay. Yep, I got it. Thank you. Hey, girly. A sea bass. I literally have a sea bass. Take my sea bass. Yes, yellow pumpkin. I need a white pumpkin now. I literally have the black bass on me, don't I? Let's go. Give me a white pumpkin now. No! Not flower. Bon Bon. Do I have another dab in my inventory? I don't. Damn. Okay, let's go talk to Bo instead. What does Bo need this time? I just need a white pumpkin. Right? They have... Do they have white pumpkins in Animal Crossing? Am I being silly with it? Crucian carp in it? Oh. Is it Turkey Day in your run currently? Yes, it is currently Turkey Day in the game. Yes, not actually. Past 9 p.m. is degen hours for Lee. Yeah, I'm fully aware. I didn't mean to be live this late, but here we are. Because I'm trying to finish the freaking Turkey Day stuff. I'm on like the last thing. Oh, buddy. Please be a sturgeon. I would like to sell you for big money. Gosh. They do have white pumpkins? Okay, so I wasn't being silly with it. I was hoping that was a dab. It was not a dab. Okay, what is Beardo need? Do do. Horse mackerel. Never mind. Don't have that for him. I can't remember what Pearl wanted. Or if I got what she wanted at all. Okay, there's the dab for Bon Bon. I'm gonna see what Pearl wants before I leave here. She wanted a turban shell? Don't have that. Hi Val, I'm doing okay. I'm trying to finish this. Alrighty, Bon Bon. Come take this dab from me. The fish. That is. Okay. Bo is also asking for a crucian carp, so if we can find that, that would be great. It's gonna be this one. Yes. Okay, we got 2 fish. 2 chances. Bum-ba-dum-boom. No! What do you want, Bon Bon? I'm not getting you an oyster. No. Not getting your ass an oyster. I just searched far and wide to get Bo an oyster. And I cannot get another oyster. Yes! Yeah! We're done. Let's go, Bo. Bo's coming in clutch. Okay. We got the last 2 pumpkins. We should be fine. We're running to the plaza. We're done. We did it. We're done. Now they're all perfect recipes. Woohoo! So what did we learn to make now? Oh, just all the Turkey Day items? Woohoo! And that is why we had to, do all the Turkey Day stuff. Oh, apparently I missed yesterday. Gosh darn it. Nook shopping. Don't know what this is. KK Kumi. Kumai? Okay. I'm gonna go sell the extra fish that I have in my inventory. To the twins and also see what their prices are on turnips today. Please take my obscene amount of rays that I have in my pocket. It wasn't as much as I thought it would be. Never mind. What's the turnip prices today? Oop, nope. Okay, let me save. And then that's where we'll stop for this evening. It's time to end. It's time to end. Alrighty, let me see who's live on Twitch. Let me see who we can go hang out with. Do, do, do. Alrighty. It looks like Caitlin's still staying live, so we're gonna go over there. So we're gonna raid over in that direction, gamers. I will be live again tomorrow. at 5 p.m. Central Time. We'll continue on. We'll be figuring out what in the world we need to keep doing. Here are our lovely raid messages. The first one there is for subscribers. The second one there is for followers, because regardless, we love to go and spread the love onto more people. And as stated, I will see you all tomorrow. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm tired now. It's time to go to bed. I'll catch you guys all later. Good.